Check. Testing on 2. Right. Oh, I'm tired today. Alright. Let's go. So, working on combat. Particularly positioning the guy before an attack. Positioning the Spidean, the enemy. I wonder what we need to do. If he's going into an attack, he needs to keep facing me. We'll work on that first. All right. So go face towards playable character position. So we possibly want to override the movement controller's face. If we tick, we have this thing where we are facing is it in the movement controller or is it in the animation controller? We are return to face the direction of velocity. Oh man, the internet's being rubbish again. At least we can stream. Just means that the music doesn't work. Okay, well, whatever. We'll have to not have music. Bit Wielder, hey, how's it going? Hope you're alright. skimmed through that document. I haven't read it properly though. I'm having problems with my internet, so it's not really like I can stream, but I can't really access anything on the web, unfortunately. Like, don't know what's going on. Anyway, let's get to working on this. So when we tick you need to find where we are calling this face. Set facing direction. Okay, so that's just with cutscenes. Seems to be. Tick NPCs. Okay, let's just look at velocity because we definitely do it on velocity. Find out in the code where it is we change the animated rig's scale. It's actually in the animation routine. That's where it is. So on the Spydian, this is it. This is it. In the combat routine, hostile level 1. So what we need to do basically is not set this scale on some occasions. Shared music. Don't like coding in silence. Combat state hostile level 1. If we're in hostile level 1, we should always be facing the player, really. The playable character. I would say. So we could do that now. So the position and the rig position. This rig position needs to be the playable character position. So if auto PC position, well, it might not be attacking the playable character. It might not be being attacking the playable character though. It might be attacking anything. Oh, it says I'm back online. All right, we've got some music. Okay. So for hostile level 1, we don't know who we're attacking. That's the problem. NPC attack PC. Set combat attack state. Warming up. So here we could do it. We could say who we're attacking here. So we could basically do something like have an array of U64, which could be attack targets. So when we set the actual attack state, we can set the attack targets as well. Let's just say void add combat attack target CID. Actually make it return size T because we're just adding it into a list. And then we're going to do void clear combat attack targets. And that's just basically going to go attack targets at unique entity ID. And that's just going to go attack targets dot empty. And then when we clear the actual attack, we're just going to do clear combat attack targets. We won't send an event to say we've added it because we might not need to. We'll do that if anybody needs to know that we've added a new attack target. So because this is NPC attacks PC, we know that the attack target is the playable character. So we go CC add combat attack target, get game state, get playable character. So we should probably do it for NPC as well. So we can set the attack target to playable character. Like that. So what that means now is in the animation routine, we can get the attack targets. If we're in hostile level, so that means if CC to get attacked, well, we want standard span U64 get attack targets. Return attack targets. So now auto attack targets equals CC get attack targets. So if there's more than one attack target, what do we want to do? We wanted to just face one of them, really. This is hostile level 0. So it should probably be the first attack target. So what I'm thinking is the first thing to make it hostile, or the latest thing to make it hostile. So that being set combat state. So let's just put this at the top, because I always see it tends to have the event definitions at the top, or the event listeners. Set combat attack state. Set combat state. So we kind of need to know who has triggered this. Combat state change. who has done it, because then we can face them. Okay, we can get rid of that. So like here we could say like have an optional source NPC. So it could be something like trigger NPC. Something like that. And then in the action, where would that be here? NPC set combat state. So we don't know exactly who the trigger NPC is here. Which might mean it might need to come in via the editor. So let's just build and see what it would look like in the editor. Okay. So if we open up the brain, down here, where have we got? Set combat state, Spidey and hostile level 0. We need to know. Distance to playable character. So specifying there in the condition that it's a distance to a playable character. But it would be good to specify that it's the playable character here in the action itself. So we could rename this to like NPC what would it be? like playable character, NPC set combat state. Well, what could we do here? Could just say it's the playable character, always. Or we could say it's the closest. No, we can't say it's the closest character. So what I'm thinking of, you see, is sometimes, like, I might build a system where NPCs fight each other, in which case it wouldn't be a playable character. What I might do is I might just assume it's the playable character. In which case this would be, the trigger would be get game state, get playable character. With a playable character that triggers it. I might just do auto game state equals get game state there. So now it's the playable character, which is the trigger for the combat state change. And then what that means, I think, is in the rig types we can get the trigger wherever that would be. It's in the combat routine, actually. So we could say, rather than get the attack targets, we could say auto trigger entity equals CC. So we're going to have array U64. So that's the attack targets. Maybe it is attack targets. Well, it would be the latest trigger entity, wouldn't it? So maybe we don't. Maybe. So we can say if data trigger NPC whoops, building it for some reason, mashed the buttons there. If there's a trigger NPC, we need to do add combat attack target data trigger NPC. Like that. I think. So I'll just add an attack target. So I'll make it whoever triggered the combat state change would be added as an attack target there. Not necessarily an attack target though. So maybe it isn't a combat attack target. We actually do have a separate array of trigger entities. So it'd be array U64 trigger entities. Trigger's kind of a bad word here. Combat state change trigger entities. Add the trigger state change entities. So we could have a list, or we could actually just have the latest combat state change trigger entity. That's a long name. Combat state change trigger entity. We could have the latest one. So that's basically the last. You could say latest equals data trigger NPC. What's it called? Trigger NPC. Oops. So that's the latest person to change the combat state, which would be the playable character in this instance. Then we could do U64 get latest combat state change trigger entity. Wow, that's also a very long name. Right. And then when we clear the combat state, back to 0. Which means now, in the routines, if trigger entity auto MC equals get game state dot get movement controller trigger entity rig. We have the rig AC equals get game state get animation controller rig ID get ID. Whoops. AC face towards MC get position. Okay, now that only if they're the same room though. In current room. We have in current room. Do we have in same room? I'm gonna go in same room. EMPC ID. Well, I'm going to say ID entity 0. Entity ID 1. So entity ID 0, entity ID 1. If they're in the same room, you just have to say auto MC0 equals get movement controller for entity ID 0 MC1 to say if MC0 and MC1 and MC0 get location dot room is equal to MC. Woot Dragon, hey, how's it going? Hope you're alright. Just working a little bit on combat. Specifically positioning the NPC to attack. Have you ever thought about using map instead of IDS? Or IDs. I see, yeah. So if I've got to name my IDs, I would probably use an enumeration. So like that or something rather than a string. But I might end up doing something like that when I actually start laying out the world and I have, you know, set place names and stuff, I'll probably actually code them like this. And then you can just, this will still work with this, you see. So all this stuff that I'm writing will still work. But you'd be able to like pass in like town centre or whatever. I do that with the characters. And then these just get passed in as IDs, you know. And then Visual Studio seems to know sometimes as well. Well, I know as well. Let's say you use names. Would you call them IDs? If I was to use names, I would still call them IDs. The thing is about having a generic ID system like this is if I wanted to say two NPCs in the same room, this would work. But then if I even wanted to say like two plants in the same room that aren't NPCs, this would still work because everything can resolve back to EU64, or two town centres in the same room. This would still work. So I'd probably still write the most generic case like this and just call them IDs. And then in the future, when I write out specifically entity IDs and give them all names, this will still work. So I think I will do names eventually, yeah. Not as strings. All right, yeah, let us know. Users file names. All right, yeah. I do have, so say I was to do this enum case. I do have something called enum name, EIDS town centre, and that'll return the string. Do you know what I mean? So I could use it in a file name if I wanted to from an enum. I should return a string view. So yeah, you could like do them. You could still make them file names if you wanted to. But yeah, exactly. Yeah. From alphabetical order. That maps to the vector of indexes. Yeah, I mean, that's totally fine. That's a good way to do it as well. You know, there's pros and cons, I suppose. If you like working with strings, it's really good. The good thing about doing it this way is you get IntelliSense. So I don't have to keep typing out raw strings all the time. Not these are, you know, if you wanted to actually sort them on string, you'd have to write a routine for that, which takes an enumeration type, puts them all into a string array and sorts them. My vector name map town centre. Yeah, could totally do that. You've obviously got to think about, it's a little bit slower to do it that way with the town centre. So it depends where you're looking these up, because obviously that has to hash into that and do a lookup, and then that has to do a lookup. Whereas if you did this, it's just an index into an array. You'd have to do that probably to get the actual integer out. But that's just an integer. And you could do that. But yeah, I mean, it depends on where you're doing it and how. It is n of 1, I would say, most of the time. But it's probably still depends how the particular particular implementation that you've got of an ordered map. But it will resolve to an ID that you can look up into an array in the unordered map itself. But that ID might have a clash, in which case the unordered map would have to resolve that clash somehow, which might mean looking up the array a little bit more, or some of them implement them in linked lists. And obviously that's going to hit the cache quite hard if it's a linked list one. And then you've got to actually take into account, you've got to resolve the hash of the string, which should be pretty fast. Yeah, so the way that that kind of works is that has to get resolved to an integer inside the map. So it'll hash it somehow into a number, and then it'll probably take the mod of the map size to find an index into an array internally in the unordered map. And then if there's any collision that happens, which will, in small maps will probably happen all the time, it needs to resolve that collision. And the way that it's traditionally implemented is to link nodes together, so you actually check the string itself when you have a collision in the map. And that checking can be quite expensive. It can be. It's not like always expensive, but it can be. But yeah. So it's the hash and the mod. Do you know what I mean? That might, even if you have two strings that are different, and one resolves to 1,000, and the other resolves to 10. But say the array is only 10 elements big, it's going to be a mod, which would resolve to the same index of 0. But you've got two entries, do you know what I mean? So they need to be linked together. So if your size is only 10, do you know what I mean? It's a bit complicated to explain. Yeah. It's the mod bit that creates the collision rather than the actual indices, like the actual strings, if you know what I mean. My normal vector. I mean, I do have a map. What do I call it? I call it a hash. What do I call it? I don't really use it very much. Maybe I do call it map. Hash table. Hash table. Which is a map. And it resolves the collisions. Doesn't do linked lists, but it still has to resolve collisions. You have your normal vector. Yeah, so your outer vector, you mean. my vector in this case. Then you have your lookup map, which is this one, name map, to get the vector ID. Yeah, that's correct. So this will return an integer that you can look into there. But getting this integer can be quite... So it will probably be O of 1, almost always. Depends how they've implemented it. But the actual work the computer has to do will hit the cache more than just actually having an enumeration, which is just an integer. You know what I mean? So that won't... That's the equivalent to just looking up by index. Whereas the way that hash maps are actually implemented, some work has to be done to get this to an integer. And if the maps are small, yeah, you can hit the cache quite hard. But yeah, no, it's good. It's fine. It depends how like fast you, how code critical, how speed critical the code is. I personally probably wouldn't use hashes if I could get away with not using them in very like tight loops and stuff. But without a map, how would you get them from a string name? From a string. So yeah, the map is the computer science standard way to get integers from strings. So you'd have to hash the string. So it'd be hash. So you'd hash this. It's like a 32-bit number. And then you'd mod it by the map size to get your index. And then that would be like array in map, whatever it is, index equals my vector index. And then you would look it up like that. So that's what's happening inside your map, probably something similar to that. But the problem is that it's a bit more complicated because this index can be the same for different strings. So you need to deal with that here. And that's the slower bit, trying to deal with that. Yeah, don't convert into strings. Yeah, this is what this is. So I can do string str equals enum name town center, right? So that returns a string, which is town center, like that. That's what str will be. And that is, I use a library to do that, called Magic Enum, which is just on GitHub. And that can do, so I think there's a from string as well that I have. So you can get an ID from a string as well. And that'll actually return an EIDS. Do you know what I mean? I think you put a failure case in, like what happens if it can't do it. But that's similar, something like that. Yeah, it's really good. All right, okay. It needs quite a modern version of C++ to work, I think. I'm not sure. It might be like you need C++ 20 or something. I use it all the time. It's good. Is that enum faster than an unordered map? You mean looking up? So if you look up, where are we? Let me just go back to. So if you do my vector standard to underlying EIDS town center. So that is faster than looking up in an ordered map, yeah. That is. For sure. If this starts as a string and you have to convert it to an enum, it's probably not faster. It depends how Magic Enum works. I think what Magic Enum might do is it builds at compile time these tables. So it might still even be faster than an unordered map. I'm not sure though. It's not to do with O of 1 or O of n. It's to do with, so the most, apart from reading the hard drive, the most expensive thing on a computer is a cache miss on the CPU, which means the data that the CPU needs is not in the CPU's memory cache, so it has to go to RAM to get it. That's like the slowest, really the slowest thing that could happen in a program. It stalls your CPU and everything because your CPU is often ticking ahead, and then if it gets a cache miss, there's like all sorts of problems. So you want to reduce the cache misses all the time, which means, and you get a cache miss by looking into a vector, usually. Looking into a vector, like a cold vector that you haven't looked into in a while, will be a cache miss probably almost all of the time. So you need to reduce the number of times that happens. So if you do it via a map's probably going to have a cache miss, and then you probably can get a cache miss doing this as well. So you've got 2 instead of 1. I haven't looked exactly how it goes from string to int. Int to string will be a compile time O of 1 for sure. String to int, I'm not entirely sure how they've implemented that. Like they claim that everything's done at compile time, so it's done at compile time. It just depends how you access it. Like the access is probably, there won't be at compile time. I mean, there might be if you put in a string literal, but I'm not sure. But yeah, doing this will be faster than looking into a map to get your index. It's this step really. You either do that, or you do that to get the index. You either do one of them. That's going to be faster than that to get the index into my vector, because that'll be worked out at compile time as 0. So if you look at the disassembly for that, that'll just be 0. Whereas that's a full runtime check. Yeah, they both hit. So the cache, there'll be two. So you could get a cache miss there, where you're looking in there, and you'll get a cache miss there, but you're not going to get a cache miss there because that's just a number. So that'll just be 0. So that'll literally just be a number. Whereas that will be running code to determine what the number is, which will most likely, you know, depends how they've written it. If they've written it as a linked list, it'll almost always be at least one cache miss. You can write them in differently. I can't remember what they're called. So my hash table is not done with linked lists. It's done with it's done with an array, and you just basically, like, if it can't fit into that slot, it just tries to fit it into the next slot in the array rather than link another node together. Link another node to it, if you know what I mean. Would all your other enums have to be manually entered? So you can iterate an enum. So I have, well, that's my shorthand for, but so I have enum count EIDs like that. So you could iterate an enum. This is obviously an integer, so you'd have to cast it back. Like that. So for instance, these enums are just integers under the hood. So this would work with enums. And this isn't typing them in directly, these are just variable names. And for each new map or file name, another enum manually. Yeah, so that's the downside. You have to know your data set at compile time, which would be fine for, you know, if you knew the world and you were defining all the areas of the world. But if you were generating, say, entities from files, you'd have to dynamically generate them, and you wouldn't be able to use enumerations. You'd have to do a different way. Like, I am thinking about that as well, because these enemies, which are called Spidians, that I'm building, if I want 2 of them on screen, I need to have instances of them as well. So if you want to if you have a data set that dynamically changes over time as you add new maps, so if you're talking about like the ID of something that's defined in like the level editor that you can have many of, yeah, you wouldn't do an enum system like this. If you had specific gameplay linked to a map, though, you could have the gameplay as an ID like this. So like town center gameplay. And then the editor, you just stick that in the file that, you know, it refers to this. And then you can reference it by the enum from there on in the code. That's how I do it a lot. But, you know, things that don't make sense, like all of the game triggers or whatever, I wouldn't have an enum for it. I'd just have literally an ID, which is a U64, which is dynamically generated. Yeah, you'll be saving new levels all the time. So it's the differentiation between the actual level data. So like the things like that it draws. So say like I have triggers, and triggers are just little areas in the world that mean something. And I definitely wouldn't do an enumeration for every single different trigger because they're dynamically added in the editor. But what I can do is have integer IDs for each trigger, and then what it's linked to doing. So it's some kind of, say it triggers a cutscene or something, and the cutscene needs a script. You can just say, well, this is cutscene script 1 or something. And then in the level editor, you just say this trigger plays cutscene script 1. And then the cutscene system just uses this. It's just like, oh, cutscene script 1 needs to play. So you can separate them out, if you know what I mean. But yeah, like each individual trigger wouldn't get any enumeration. So you did use an unordered map for your level editor. No, it's just IDs, yeah. They just get IDs. So everything gets an ID, which is just a number. And then if I need to actually have some code specific thing to do with that, I would put what that specific thing is. Probably, it doesn't have to be an enumeration. Let's see if I can find one. To have a quest list. So I've only got one quest called It's a Trigger Hunt, which is hard coded, right, as this quest. And then the actual triggers in the level editor just connect these. So it doesn't matter, you can have 10 triggers if you want pointing to the same quest, which is just It's a Trigger Hunt. But yeah, it's just IDs. Correlates to file names. How do I know what level I'm opening? So the level's got a file name, and I just load it by file name, basically. So the levels are like, right now, are dynamic. It can load anything it wants. So it loads it by file name. Now the thing about the data system in this engine is that it's not looking at the actual file on disk. When the actual level data is compiled, it's compiled into like big blocks of data which are saved as data files. And the file name is just the ID of that block of data, if you know what I mean. So, so I have the levels folder, and then each level gets a separate folder. There's only one level, and the template level, and each level can have stuff in it. So the level in this engine really is a set of folders. And then, you know, so a room is a single kind of thing that, you know, room that you draw on screen that you walk between. And the rooms have these text layouts here. But this isn't what's loaded into the engine, into the game. This is the level editor stuff. So all the level data gets compiled into binary data. And the binary data is just in this data folder, and that's just binary data. And this is the thing that ships with the game rather than any of the assets, the raw assets. So if the file name is from level 5, how do you know what is level 500? Yeah, so it's the folder hierarchy, basically. So if I wanted a new level, I'd create a new folder hierarchy. And the level contains all sorts of stuff. So it contains like the rooms that are drawn, but it also contains like all the quests in the level, all the prefabs, dialogue, cutscenes, all sorts of stuff that happen in the level. which aren't necessarily to do with the how the level is drawn on screen. So if I want to open a level, I'll show you. Oh, if the game, I don't know if the game's building at the moment. I'll just build the last executable. So these are rooms, and then you can walk between the rooms, you see. So each room, this is the level editor for the room. And then what I do is if I want to connect rooms to rooms, I have these triggers, and these little arrow markers connect rooms to rooms. And they just fire events, which is just warp events. And they warp the player to different triggers, so I can locate the trigger it warps to, which is there. So that's how I open levels in the game. That's how the game like opens the levels, if you know what I mean, or opens the rooms. Yeah, that scorpion thing, yeah, I know. That's what I'm working on, the actual combat stuff at the moment. So then if you want a new room, hang on a sec. If you want a new room, you just press Control N and you just make a new room. So like, go in the rooms folder, and then like test3.room, like that, which just there's nothing there. And then you just start drawing stuff, you know. So you need to add a layer in. Then you just like draw the floor out, you know. And then if you want this room to appear in the game, you've got to link it with, you know, these triggers. So you'd have to create a point to be able to warp into that room. Yeah. So the game doesn't kind of open. Test3.room is not an ID. Ah, I see what you mean. So what it does, so it gets resolved into an ID when the game data is being compiled. So it does the hash there. So it is an ID. So if I go to game level and I look at level room, that's the ID of the room, you see. So its result is an ID. Actually, in the actual game, it's an ID. In the editor, it's a string, and in the game, it's an ID. And then the string name, the name is the name field, but it's not looked up on that. That's just for me to look at the debugger and be like, oh, we're talking about this room. If you wanted to actually look up a room, you look up by ID. Yeah. Hashing the name to an ID. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Which is what happens in that map. But this is done when the data is built and stored in a file, the ID. So it doesn't do it at runtime. How do you even need... Do you even need a hash to think about this? You need to make it. You need to resolve it into an integer. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, I think the rooms are just stored in a vector, or in I call them arrays. But yeah. So it has an array of rooms. So your ID, what you're saying there is your ID could be the actual index itself. Is that what you're saying? And then you don't need to hash. Yeah. Yeah, you can do that if you don't need unique IDs. You could definitely do that. So if the room's ID didn't need to be unique in the entire game, you can do that. Why do you need unique IDs if the index is already unique? So it's unique in that array, but that means that all the IDs of the rooms have to be different. Well, the room 0's ID would be the same ID as sprite 0 ID. So then if we wanted to do something with rooms and sprites, you can't just use an integer ID then, because rooms and sprites will have the same ID. So you can't tell which is which, or, you know, if you fed them into systems that relied on IDs, you couldn't tell which was which, if you know what I mean. For instance, what I was just working on like this, in the same room. So if you wanted to say if the room, well, rooms are in the same room doesn't make sense, but say this was like in the same continent or whatever, and you had a sprite in a room, that this wouldn't work because they'd be the same ID. Entity ID 0 would be the entity ID 1. Not sure what you mean. I thought you index IDs are uniquely distinguishable. So if the ID, if you go back to the level, so if the room ID was the same as the sprite ID, where are we? So if the ID was just the index into the array, then room 0 ID would be 0 and sprite 0 ID would be 0. So they just have the same number. And then if you wanted to do anything with rooms and sprites, for instance, whatever I was working on before, in the same room, you couldn't use the IDs of the two things. Because this could work on, like, this needs the IDs rather than the arrays, you know. So if this was 0 and this was 0, even though they came from different arrays, this function would just get 0, 0, and it'd get the same movement controller out, even though you're talking about two different things. Whereas this was a unique ID and this was a unique ID, and you wanted to get the movement controller out, these would be two separate movement controllers. Because the ID doesn't just refer to the room's ID. What you can do with IDs is you can make another object called a movement controller or anything and give it the same ID as the room ID, and you know that that movement controller is this room's ID, is this room. So that movement controller is for this room because they share the same ID. Do you know what I mean? Doesn't make sense. For instance, say I had a plant and then I had the scorpion thing, right? I might want to give them both movement controllers because I might want them both to move in the game. if the ID was just the index into the plant array and the index into the scorpion array, then if I got the movement controller out by the ID, they'd be the same, because that'd be 0, that'd be 0, or that'd be 1, that'd be 1. But if I give this a unique ID to this, so these are completely different IDs, I can give them both movement controllers and move them both. Because the movement controller's ID is the same as the plant's ID. So if I have like array scorpion, array plant, and I wanted to give them both movement controllers, if the first scorpion's ID was 0 and the first plant's ID was 0, then they'd resolve to the same movement controller with ID 0. Do you know what I mean? So there'd be one scorpion, one plant, one movement. But I need one scorpion, one plant, and 2 movements, because I need a scorpion movement and a plant movement. So if you can make one array called monsters, and then move them into one. So I could do that, but the thing is that if these were both resolved into an array called monsters, the only thing that links them would be the monster bit. Even though they're 2 completely different things that really don't have anything to do with each other. So you need some kind of like data layout. You know, which is scorpion and plant together. Yeah, that would work in this particular case. That would work for, say you wanted, you know, them to be monsters, but what about when you want to plant one of them in the ground? It doesn't make sense to like plant a scorpion into the ground. You'd be back to the original case where you'd have to have plantable. And then they couldn't have the same ID. You need unique IDs if you're going to share them across different arrays of stuff. Do you know what I mean? So what it just means is that I can have arrays of anything. Array combat. Array you know, crafting. And then just an ID. These all, you know, it's kind of like an entity component system thing. So you have a unique entity ID. Room IDs generally wouldn't be shared. Yeah. But, you know, you might imagine some crazy gameplay mechanic where you did want to move the room. Say you were on a spaceship and you did want to give it a movement controller. This, having it, as long as the room's ID is unique, you can just give it a movement if you want. If you want to do that. if you start clashing IDs, it just creates, I think, it creates problems when you want to actually expand out gameplay in a flat way. If I wanted to add a brand new system on, so I wanted to do like array of, I don't know, driving or something, I could just put that there and I wouldn't have to worry about anything. Like anything could register for a driving controller. Just regular IDs. The IDs won't be shared. Yeah. You mean shared across different systems? So I have unique IDs for pretty much anything that you would think would want to be having a different, like some gameplay or something like that. But I would try not to give anything the same ID if I could help it. It just means that it restricts, I think it restricts how the engine would develop in the future if you had collisions between two completely different things. But yeah. You know, like a general entity component system would give all entities would have unique IDs. You know, the standard computer science and entity component system. All entities would have different IDs, and then the components IDs would be the IDs of the entity. So you could know which components belong to which entity. But yeah. Yeah, exactly. So test3.room would be a unique ID if it was a file, because you couldn't have the same file name twice. So it's the same, really. Just, you know, your ID would be a string, and my ID would be an integer, and that's totally fine. You know, I can get a room by a name. Get current level, find room. So I can get it by a name. Whatever it's called, test3.room. If I wanted to. So if you're going to do test3.room, it still looks it up by the ID though. But all this, well, this is a bit of an optimization, but this is resolved into a name type, which is a compile time. It turns it into a compile time integer, an integer at compile time, even though it's a string in the source code. But you know, you could imagine hashing this in runtime and then looking it up in a map. Why you need a room ID? So you might want to do something like after this cutscene has played, start the game in this room, and then you specify which ID it was. Or whatever, you know, when you die, go back to this room. Go back to room 3, test3.room. Yeah, or whatever. Or if you want to give a room weather, say the room it wants to rain, you would say weather system dot add entity, and then you would add the room entity in, entity ID in, and then when you're ticking the weather, you know that there's rain in that room or whatever. Well, the name and the ID would be the same in this case. Exactly, yeah. So your ID is the root. Your you know, in this case it would be a string ID, which is fine as well. Like I do use the string as an ID here. Do you call it name or an ID? I would call it an ID if it identifies which room it is. Because you might have an ID test3.room, but the name of the room might be like Sludge Factory. Because in the game, you might want to render the name somewhere. It's a gameplay type name or whatever. But the ID is just like test3.room. So yeah, I have separate. The reason why the only reason the name is there in the room class is at the moment anyway, so I can just look it up in the debugger and I can see which room, because obviously an ID is just a number, and if there's like 500 rooms, I'm not going to know which room I'm talking about. So I include the actual string version of it as well. But all the looking up and stuff, it's just done on the ID. Name as an ID, as a string. Yeah, you're making the same thing. Calling it ID doesn't make sense. Yeah, it depends on the context of the engine, I suppose. You know, if the ID is going to be used across different systems, for instance, you know, you might want to give the room weather. And the weather system expects something called IDs. It makes sense to give the room name the ID. And then, like, if you wanted to put weather in, I don't know, a spaceship or whatever, you would give the spaceship an ID as well. And they can both have weather. Like, it's much nicer, I think, from a human point of view to actually have the name there. But the computers like integers better than strings, really. But this is both. Might be a good thing to implement. So I have this thing called name, which is like the name of an ID, you know. And this is a compile time string hasher. So this in the actual, if I was to look up the disassembly for this, it would be just a number. It wouldn't be test3.room, it would be just a number. But in the source code, I can just I can just call it test3.room. Room name. Call room name and getting rid of room ID. Yeah, if that's what you need. You could have like room name, which is what identifies the room, and then you could have room.display name, which is what the gameplay name of the room, like Midgar or something. Like in the source code for say like Final Fantasy VII, it probably wasn't Midgar in the code. It was probably just an ID which referred to Midgar or whatever, or in Skyrim or whatever. And then the names, that gives you that means the designers are free to change the name whenever they want, the display name whenever they want, or whatever they want to see, and the gameplay code can stay the same because it just references a number that will never change. So you should do name ID and name display. Yeah, I would definitely not have the display name as the ID, because you might want to change the display name right at the end of development. And if you've got code that says if name equals Midgar, and then suddenly you wanted to change the name to Middle Earth, all that code would need to be changed. I would have like a different name as the name that is displayed on screen, and then you'd have a name that you would never change as the ID. which could be the file name. If you're never going to change the file name, then that would be a good ID, which is what I use. Like the IDs are the file names, but they're just resolved to integers, just so I can have integers in the engine instead of having to constantly make test3.room an integer all the time, or compare strings or whatever. An ID. You need to just name it something that is going to be good for your brain, so you know what it means. It's personal choice, that, I would say. You know, you can have an ID class, couldn't you? You could be like, which has got like the number and the name, something, and then that gets passed around everywhere. Like room NID. Yeah, you could do that if that's what you want. Mine's just room ID, but whatever. Then it's like the room ID. Room ID. It makes sense when you read it. That's the room ID. And then I would have room name. That's the room name. NID because n equals name. Name identifier, yeah. But it will be a string, yeah. Like town center. Yeah, you could do all this with strings. Like this could just be a string, this could be a string. It's just not as performant because it's got to be working with strings all the time. And you have to have in your head all the time, you know, what the values of the strings are and stuff. Yeah, it's alright, no probs. As an integer, so a string's a list of integers. So working with a list of integers is always going to be, or an array of integers, is always going to be less performant than working with a single integer. Comparing, if you want to compare strings, you've got to compare a list of integers. If you want to compare integers, you just compare them. One CPU operation. Yeah, no problem. Yeah. So if I have them as strings, yeah. Will I be comparing the NID with anything else? So if you don't ever need to compare IDs, you don't need an ID, I don't think. Because the ID just identifies it as opposed to this is a different room to this. But if you never have to compare rooms together, you probably don't even need it. But you will have to compare rooms together if you're making a game, for sure, at some point. You know, and if it's a unique ID for in anything in the game, then you know you're exactly talking about this thing. Whereas if you knew it was the ID was shared with another thing, you don't know that you're exactly talking about this thing. You could be talking about one of a number of different things. Yeah, so if you don't have to worry about performance and you're more comfortable working with strings, then it should be fine. But you have to know in advance that throughout the whole life cycle of the development, you're not going to be comparing them very much. And that, I think that's quite hard to say definitively, because you don't know where development's going to take you. You might want to build a system that needs to compare, or it needs to find, say, something every 10,000 times a frame, and all of a sudden now you're working with strings, which would be a lot slower than just working with integers, you know. It would say specify, NID, which is town centre, still a direct lookup, not a compare. Yeah, still a direct lookup. So that would be fine. If you're not doing an iteration, you're doing, say, finds, and you don't have many rooms and you're not doing it very often, it would be totally fine, yeah. If you're doing iteration, maps are in their own vector. Maps are in their own vector. You mean the my vector thing in your example? So if you wanted to say you want to iterate through the vector looking for IDs, and you had the ID to hand, it would just be resolved back to this case where you're just using integer IDs. Yeah. Yeah, so if you're iterating the outer vector, that's like very, very efficient. If you're iterating the map, that's probably not very efficient. Yeah, so you're just talking about resolving name to integer into index, which is totally fine, yeah. Iterate over the outer vector, yeah. Yeah, if you wanted to look by index, if you wanted to look by name, you'd still have to iterate in the map, I think, wouldn't you? Well, I suppose you could just look it straight up in the map. Yeah. 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 Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, so that would be a good way if you wanted to do it all with strings for sure. Yeah, exactly. That's why I had that, whatever it was. Find room. What was it? Get level. Find room. So that's why I do things like I keep strings there for that reason. So you're not looking at numbers all the time. It also depends on the size of the data set. I think stuff like rooms and stuff, strings is always going to be fine because you're never going to have many of them. But then, as soon as you get to lots and data sets with lots and lots, like millions of elements, you'd really have to profile whether to keep using strings or not, even if you're just looking up the element. And if you really are going for like optimal efficiency, obviously integers are better for that than strings, because integers don't dynamically allocate memory or anything. But you know, in most cases that's going to be no problem. Just oops. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, so that resolves to an integer, and that resolves to an integer, and it's an integer compare. Obviously, that's also could be a cache miss if you want to talk about performance. At least one cache miss, and then got to iterate through all that. If you did that's just a straight up integer compare. But like you say, that's not dynamic. If you had, creating them dynamically, but you can do this, which is in my engine, which resolves that to an integer at compile time. In which case, this is just an integer. But you need the literal there. So the downside is if you don't have the literal, so if that was just straight, that wouldn't work. You would have to do, if you want the runtime version of that, it would be that in my engine, which is kind of similar to the map, but it's not a map. It just hashes that into the integer itself. And as long as that's unique, like a file name, you would know that this would be a unique number that represents that. And there's no map at all. And then obviously if you wanted to put it into an array, so if you wanted to have an array of them like myvec, like that, my vector, you would have to do this. Well, we'll say that's index modded by whatever the myvec size was. Not and mod. And that's all over 1, you know. Bunch of ways to do it. Depends on, you know, depends on your implementation. Depends on what you need, I suppose. Runtime unordered map is the only way. Yeah, if I would say it's probably it's a good way to do it if you want everything dynamic. If you know some things, like you could easily write something in the start of the game that looks up at all the file names, generates all the IDs, and puts them into something that doesn't involve strings. And that would probably be more efficient if you wanted to do that. That isn't a map. But you know, it depends if you can be bothered to do that or not. Depends what you're looking for, I suppose. If you're looking for optimal efficiency, there's probably more efficient ways. Using the hashing routines that you would, you know, these things. Like assuming that my vector is fixed in size because it's only a vector of rooms or a vector of IDs that is known when you build the game. That's more efficient than using a map. If you did that, that's more efficient still, because this index would just get calculated at compile time. So it would just know the index at compile time. If you don't know it, you'd have to do that. Obviously, the downside is my vector needs to never change throughout the game. So if you can make that happen, because the number of rooms or whatever doesn't ever change, that's really nice and efficient, and you can still do it by string. Yeah, so what I mean by compile time is that, say your game loads the game data. Say the game data is made by an editor, and all that data is just known at compile time. You could do this method. If it's gameplay, how many potions are in the game, you don't know that at compile time. Because, you know, the player creates potions, crafts potions or whatever. So you needed to write something else. So the map, you could do the map for that or whatever. But say something like rooms or like triggers, anything that's defined in the editor that's known at compile time, you could do that. Separate script that spits out an H file. Yeah, exactly. You could do that. A bunch of ways you could do it, yeah. One of them's doing that. I just write scripts that dumps data out to files, and the files are just basically opened and pointed to, and that's the data. You can do that as well. There's no loading at all. You just open it and point to it, and then there you go. No, if there's 100 maps, you're not going to notice probably any performance at all difference using an ordered map. It becomes about architecture and design and personal choice then. What's more comfortable for you? If you're going to have a nicer time working with strings, you should definitely do strings if there's only going to be like 100 of them. Like 100 will be like, computer won't even care. Will be a breeze. Are you working on a game? Is that what you're going to do? Are you thinking about architecture? I like game architecture. I think it's really it's fascinating because there's just like there are so many ways to do things and so many pros and cons of each thing. $2D game. Oh, nice one. Yeah, let me know when you've got anything to show, and I'd like to have a look. Sure. Alright, let's just shut this. Like, I'm pretty sure I do. I also look things up with strings. Just look at some drawing. I know when I set the shaders, get the PSOs. I'm not sure if that is actually a string lookup. Yeah, that's just comparing with strings. So that's like the slowest possible way you could do it. Just go through, compare the names, return the PSO. These are all the shaders. But because I know there's only going to be like 50 shaders, I'm just not bothered about trying to speed this up. So I just do string compare with name. And you always know that if it does become a problem, because you can profile it, you change it to use IDs instead, to use integers and do a binary search or something. All right. If in current room, not in current room, what did we just write? In same room, two entities. So trigger entity. Rig. Oh, get ID. So this trigger ent. So these are integers in the insane. This is the implement. This is the use of it. So this is an animated rig ID, and this is a trigger entity, which could be anything in the game. So I can just say, it doesn't matter what this is. Anything can trigger combat. It could be like taking a potion. It could be stepping on a stone. It could be like getting too close to the enemy. And in the same room just works for all of them because they're all just U64 unique IDs. Vector iterations are fast, especially on very low elements. Yeah. Vector iteration is like the fastest way you can look through data, I think, on a computer. That's just what they're optimized to do. Yeah, good song. Master of Strings, yeah. Lord of the Strings. Like all these are referenced by name. There's a bunch of that does happen. And I think, I went with integer IDs, not necessarily for performance, but just so I could share share IDs between systems easily. Like, there are things that I do care about performance with IDs. I can't remember what they are though. And I'll often do binary search, like pathfinding, for instance, is notoriously slow. So I try and resolve everything down to integers that I can for pathfinding. So all the collision stuff, all the nav meshes, everything's just represented as an integer, even if it isn't an integer to start with. I like squash it all down so everything can be an integer, and then it can all be sorted and it can all be binary searched. When you want to find if this part of an area is collidable, you know, it's just a binary search on a bunch of areas. And integers are good for that. Usability, performance. Yeah, it's always a trade-off. It's often a trade-off most of the time. Like, what I definitely don't want is like some random hex code that means, you know, FCCEA or something, that means like that would be really, really fast for the computer because they like integers, but for as a human it's much nicer to be like that. And if I really wanted to squeeze the performance, I could do that, and then that would end up being in the hex version when it compiles, and I still have the string version there if I want to. Yeah, I think you become a really, really good programmer when you can kind of anticipate the problems that you're going to have with certain systems in the future. If I do it this way, in the future, it could cause these problems. And that's like top tier level of programmer, I think, if you can do that. Like, I try and design the systems to be extendable and flexible, you know. And then if anything starts getting slow, I'll like rein it in a bit if I can. Alright, so if they're in the same room, we get the animation controller and we call face towards. So what that means is that when he goes to idle alert, he'll keep facing me. That's the idea anyway. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't matter though. That's just personal experience, you know. I'm probably older than you are, so when you get to my age, you may have done more than me. Oh, he's running away now. I need to get him into this hostile level 0. I need to like get to his other side without triggering him to become hostile level 1. Well, he's definitely not facing me, because it didn't even build it. Alright, let's try that again. Let me build that. How am I rendering my fonts? Do you mean creating the glyph? It's 2 steps. There's like getting the font file and creating a bunch of glyphs, and then there's putting them on the screen. Which one do you mean, or do you mean all of it? The glyphs are like the little bitmaps, you know. All of it, yeah. So I have font definition files, which is like the name of it, the TTF file, render mode. So there's different ways to render the fonts. Normal, LCD, which is the LCD is like this type of, so you see how, might not be able to see it on stream, but it's not just yellow, there's greens and reds and oranges and stuff in the actual, so the E in E texture format has got yellow, green, orange and red. So that's LCD. So it creates a glyph with multiple colours in it, and that's meant to be nice for, you know, when you type in text. And then there's SDF, which is what put borders on fonts. So I have these files, and these get read by the asset compiler, which will generate, it uses something called FreeType, I think. So I have a thing called a FreeType font generator. And FreeType's an external, like a third party. So no, it uses FreeType to generate the glyphs. And it uses those font definition files to say how I want those glyphs generating. Yeah. And then they're just rendered. After that, you can just take strings, look up the actual glyphs and the metrics, you know, so you know where to put the glyphs. And then I've got like different, I've got glyph bordered SDF and glyph LCD, and they're just the shader files. And then just you do some gamma correction and draw them. But the main bulk of it is to do with generating these glyph files, and then they're just like, so it generates all the glyphs, it packs them into a single bitmap file, and then that bitmap file gets put on the GPU. So there's packing, you know, it packs the glyphs together. I see there's FreeType under the hood. Yeah. FreeType's really good. I've used a bunch of different ones. FreeType's good. I've used STB TrueType. Don't know if I have that in this engine. I don't. That's also good. That's really easy to use, STB TrueType. That's just a single file and just a single call, I think. If I load up pics, I'll show you there. Yeah, STB TrueType. Yeah. STB image. Yeah. So I'll open up the editor as well. I'm actually taking screenshots there. Yeah. Oh, it took. Oh, well, whatever. We'll open up the editor one. To the left canvas. Right, so that drew a load of fonts. There you go. So that's the glyph sheet for all the icons. That's another glyph sheet there. So these are all made by my asset compiler. And you can see how they're like different colors. So blue, orange, white. So they're the LCD renderer. That's the LCD renderer doing that. And that's the asset that gets sent to the GPU to do the drawing. So this left panel's got 5 draw calls. But that's the one that draws the main bulk of the text. And they're just like, you know, they're just quads. And you know where to put the quads because FreeType, whatever it's called, gives you the metrics. No, I haven't made everything. I haven't used IM GUI. Like I made all all of the UI stuff just because I wanted to learn how to do UI, you know, because it's difficult in it to do UI. It's not the first UI system I've written. I've written a bunch. This is the best UI system I've written, though. It does loads of stuff. It's good. I've been working on the engine like a year and a half. Maybe a little bit longer than that now. Like 20 months or something. But I knew exactly what I wanted to make because I've made a bunch of engines before. A lot of engine development is trial and error, I think. Rewriting stuff to make them better. And I didn't really have to do that with this. I just knew exactly how I wanted it to work, so I just built it. Yeah, and the editor's always being added to as well. So I'm going to continue to add to the editor as I build the game as well. Like I've just built this behavior system with it. I'll show you that. Because this thing is like, I'm not, like I like making games. Making games is new for me. That's the new bit. I've always been more into the game's technology. So I've not really had an interest in making a game per se before. I've wanted to actually make, well, you know, look at how Unreal works and try and see, you know, get under the hood with that and then see how you would want to change it and how do you like making games. It's all about the making the games rather than the games, I suppose. Their technology. So yeah, like, so the editor's not finished, so I've just built this system here. This node system for, this is what runs the combat with the Spidey and the Scorpion creature. And this is really what I'm testing out now. So I'm making combat to test out this system. And it's like a graph system for, so there's this thing here, this green box, and it's like the Spidey and he's on this green box now waiting. And it reflected in the game. And then if I like move over to him, he goes to hostile level 1. So he's like executed all of this tree. Then he's returned to the top and then he's gone down here now to attack short. So this is the attack. I'm writing an attack at the moment. No, really. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I watch a lot of people coding, but I don't think I watch anyone long enough to really understand what they're actually building. Yeah, maybe one day if I get enough followers and stuff, or interest, I'll write an engine on stream, like a full engine from the beginning. Like remake this engine, but on stream. Maybe one day. Yeah, it's got loads of stuff. It's got like a cutscene editor. So I can build cutscenes and then you got to put these blocks in. It's got like full undo redo. You can like play the cutscene. What else? Dialogue trees. You know, I've discovered that a lot of actual gameplay coding can be done with trees. Like loads of it. I watched some stuff, you know, Obsidian, the game developer. So there's a guy, what's he called? Josh someone. is like the design director at Obsidian, and he sometimes gives streams where he shows Obsidian's game technology, and a lot of that's trees. You can do so much stuff with them. Root Dragon. Working at Lionhead, yeah, man. Yeah. A long time ago, I actually used to work for them. Round about Fable 2 days. A long time ago. 2008, I think. Yeah, a long time ago. It was round about when the Kinect was coming out. Yeah, I'm not really sure if I can say what I was working on because it never got released. Yeah. And then I was talking to a friend of mine who's local in my town. He's the only real game developer I know in my town. And he got a job there as well after I left, coincidentally. But then the studio closed, so it never actually happened. But that's quite crazy because it's a long way from where I live now. And Lionhead's the other side of the country, or was the other side of the country. Just to randomly meet someone in your hometown that also used to. Yeah. All right. Yeah, it's crazy. It was a good studio. It made some great games. All right, so he's not facing me. That's probably because no, that should be it. Maybe I have to do the set scale. I don't think face towards works. So there's not even to do with velocity either. So this position is actually the MC position. Let's try that. Did you work on the Fable? So I worked in more of a technology rather than on the games. I was working on the engines and graphics and stuff. So it may or may not. I didn't work there for very long, you see. Some of my code may or may not have ended up in there. I only worked there for maybe less than a year. It was before Fable 3 came out. I remember that because I remember Fable 3 coming out. Like I was saying, I've always been more of a technology, like rather than working on the game, more working on the actual tools that the developers use to make the game, you know. I never got credits or anything. Don't think I was there long enough. So I can build 3D engines. Yeah. I've made 3D engines before. Um, I wonder if this will run. Just let it think about it for a second. Oh, that didn't work. All these projects are pretty old. Oh, there we go. This was a project I made for anti-aliasing. Test that code anti-aliasing. DirectX, yeah, DirectX, yeah. Yeah, this game's also DirectX 12. How did I load the model? With Asimp. How did I load the model? Let's look at this. Oh, no, that's the wrong project. Hang on a sec. Let's have a look at the source code. Hang on. This is the wrong project. I pressed the wrong button. Oh man, I couldn't tell you how I loaded the project, you know. Not the project, the model I mean. Assets main. Alright, this might be it. FBX. All assets. Not temporal, and I did a bunch of anti-aliasing algorithms. There's loads in it, yeah. I did do temporal as well. I did loads though. It was just basically that project was just like let's implement loads of anti-aliasing algorithms. Let's start at the bottom. Compile all assets. How does this even work? Third party. I don't think I used Asimp. Yeah. I don't think I used Assimp. It's all really complicated. So this is running another program, which I presume is this one. Which is building the asset files. But it seems to be only working with images rather than buffers of the vertex buffers. Libraries game. Engine. Add game model asset. Asset request. Do we have something called a game model? Model mesh. Model range. Oh, it's a model range. So it's just a list of vertices. So let's just look for everything with model range. Model mesh. Model generate meshes. What are we now? Game model. Past OBJ file. No, I'm passing it myself, look. This is all the stuff. Passing OBJ files. Generate tangents, doing all the maths for that. To do normal, bitangent, tangent, pack and vertices. No, yes, I'm doing it myself. Yeah. It's quite old, this. It's a few years old. It's maybe 4 years old or something. Yeah. That's the last time I did anything 3D, really. I think I prefer... The 3D is good, but 3D is very much like read academic papers, implement them. I think 2D is a little bit like all of the graphics research is in 3D. So if you ever want to do anything like, how do I have really nice soft shadows in 2D? You kind of got to make something up yourself. So I kind of prefer that. I'm not building the next Fable. Never attempted anything that big ever. This game's going to be fairly ambitious, but it's not going to be anything like... I think it took 200 people to make Fable. At least. Alright, he's facing the wrong way, but at least he's changed direction. Ah, he comes and chases after me. Hang on. He moves really fast. Quite scary. Chases you. Alright, I just want to get to the other side. Oh, he did flip though. He did flip. So all that means is that that has to be the other way around. Just implement the 3D paper and do dimensions -=1. Exactly. That's basically it. A lot of these modern graphics techniques rely on having a depth buffer. You don't really have that with 2D games, so all that stuff goes out the window. You do have kind of a depth buffer, but it's not real depth. Yeah, I don't know about Fable 1 actually. Fable 2 was a couple of hundred, yeah. Am I good at 3D modelling? No, terrible at 3D modelling. I have tried it. Those spaceships I actually just got off some asset library somewhere. I'm okay. Like, I drew all this stuff, apart from the guy. I didn't draw him. I drew everything else. I have another project where I drew a lot more. Oh God. It's not that folder. Must be in here. No, it's not that one. I do all this stuff. This is also a planting game. It's not got much gameplay in it though. It's a bit dark as well. You can like grow chilies and whatever they are. Hot top. Don't Starve, yeah. That game's, I stopped working on that game in like 2019. Got a bit bored. So that game's actually like 5 or 6 years. Not had anything done to it. Making Toy Story. Oh, really? That's really cool. I watch a guy called Thin Matrix. He's quite big on YouTube. He's making a gardening game as well, but traditional gardening game. He makes all his stuff in Java, which is interesting. All right, I'm just going to take 2-minute break because I need to toilet and I need to have a cup of coffee. But yeah, I'll be back in 2 minutes. All right. Not a massive cup of coffee. This should work now. What I've been trying to do is getting Spidey in to face the player when he gets a bit angry. So he walks along and then he faces the player. But I need to like move, not trigger him like that. Because that's his second second hostile state where he wants to attack. He's meant to be a passive enemy. He's not. So if I was to run away now, he would run away as well. He's only going to attack you if you provoke him. Full 3D game. I think you'd have to use some different engine. Yeah, making a 3D engine and a game would be very hard for one person. Take a long time. Could make one in Unreal Engine or Unity though. Yeah, it's the drawing really. Making the 3D models. I'm much better at just drawing 2D art, so I tend to stick to 2D. If a 3D artist was like, let's make a 3D game, give it a go, and I had nothing on. There you go, his face faces me now. And then we also need to do that for hostile level 1. Basically. I think all I'm gonna do is just copy and paste that. If you're gonna make one, what would be your dream of a game? I like medieval RPGs. Yeah, it'd be like a Elder Scrolls game, probably. Or something like Pillars of Eternity, maybe, with the tactics in there and stuff. Yeah, or Fallout. The thing about Fallout, I'm more a fantasy person than a sci-fi person, I think. What the idea I like about the Elder Scrolls stuff is that they're open-ended, kind of. You have to build in, or any RPG really. As soon as you have a stat, like luck, you need to build a whole host of gameplay systems to support that stat, to give it a reason to be there. And that's kind of what I like. What does luck actually do in the game? And I'll probably do that for this game as well. I'll probably make it. It probably will have quite a lot of RPG mechanics, but they tend to take a little bit more effort, because then you can't just have a stat that goes up or down. It has to have real meaning in the game, and that's why I like the Elder Scrolls games. Like, I'm going to play the Oblivion remake, but probably after the summer. Yeah, I mean, I'm not simply coming at it from a point of view of like, these games are cool. Like, obviously, like Grand Theft Auto is a really cool game. I'm more coming at it from the point of view of like, what would I like to work on, I suppose. I mean, Grand Theft Auto would be good as well, but Oblivion remake, yeah. I don't know the difference, Type A or Type B. I haven't played Oblivion since it first came out, and then I played loads of Skyrim. Skyrim really made me get into those types of games. I'll play a lot of Morrowind as well, actually. I will soon. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. It's always been a winter thing for me, though, because you have to like stay inside and close the curtains and then play them games for ages. All right. There we go. That's much better. He always faces me. Now, what I also need to do is what happens if I approach him from the different direction. So I'll make him angry. Oh. What I need to do is stop him running away. Alright. I quite like the fact that he goes much faster when he's angry. And that's accidental, what? So if I approach, get him angry from this way. So it goes, tries to go behind me. So that's obviously not what I want to happen. It doesn't do anything. I tried implementing normal maps into your 2D game. Yeah, I have. A couple. Let's just go to so that there, the reflection, whoops, that's like a normal map thing. The river there, and then the actual rivers are all normal mapped to get these wave effects and the rippling underneath and stuff. Yeah. Nothing actually like normal mappy, as in to create extra geometry or pretend extra geometry on meshes or anything. No, not like that. I just draw all that in when I draw it. Shaded, well, the normal maps, they're used in the shaders, yeah, to generate the rivers. River in world. This is the shader for the rivers. Quite big actually. Oh, it's not too bad. So you get normal there. Uses a noise texture, which is it is more or less a normal map. It's not really a normal map, but it does the same job. Do you compute shaders? Sometimes, yeah. Let's see if I actually have any. Don't know if I do have any. So when I start doing more blurs and things, when I actually start to sit down and work on the actual visual appearance, there will be some compute shaders. But I don't think I have any in there at the moment. There's not much stuff in there, graphics-wise. I haven't been really concentrating on the graphics. I've never been able to get them faster than the standard vertex shader, pixel shader though. So I have quite an old GPU. It might be that my GPU, when I get a newer GPU, it will be faster. DirectX 9, yeah. Well, that's great. I think DirectX 9 is one that is like a nice graphics API. I use DirectX 9 as well. This is DirectX 12, but I have used DirectX 9 a bunch in my older days. In the olden days when I was coding a while ago. Yeah, it's mostly vertex shader, pixel shader, a few geometry shaders, like the grass has a geometry shader in it somewhere. This one. Because what I do with the grass, you see, is because it blows in the wind, I do that with like a Perlin noise texture. So it basically samples the noise. Samples the noise out of the noise texture, and then it uses that number to bend the grass. Or also if someone walks through the grass as well, to bend the grass, and that's done in a geometry shader. But I think that's the only place I have a geometry shader. But I might, you never know in the future. Yeah, so the grass bends to go into a room with grass in the wind. It's not very windy though, so you might not see it. Oh, you can see it. You see that? Oops. You see it's moving. I don't know what things come up on stream or not. Like, you can definitely see it when you sat in front of the screen. There on the magnifier, you can see the grass is moving, and that's geometry shader. It's moving with the wind, and then gusts of wind come through occasionally, like there, and move it all. It looks really nice. It especially looks nice when there's loads of grass in the scene. Yeah. The grass moves. Oops. And if I go back to here, it's got a tree in it. The tree leaves in the tree move. All individually with the wind. So that's a particle system. So each leaf is a particle in a particle system. And they move nicely with the wind. And then if you up the wind, in the code or the editor, they move more and stuff. The game's definitely going to look good. So I've done a bunch of work in graphics before. Eventually, just have to make it play good as well. They aren't very green, no. I do have more grass assets. Let's have a look if I can find out where they are. I haven't looked at this for months, so I don't exactly know how it works. Grass, bushes. So I can open up, like, I don't know. These are all ones that I've drawn in a different project, like long tail grass. And then I can mark it as grass. Looking at the density of it. If I save that, I can select it in here now. I can just make this circle of it. So I can just draw it in there like that. And see if this works. And I have to just run the asset compiler to build this room up again. There we go. But yeah, I have lots of different types of grass. Don't look at the game and think this is how it's going to look. Like, I haven't even concentrated on the look of the game yet. I'm just worrying about gameplay at the moment. Yeah. Same with trees and stuff. I've got a bunch of trees and stuff from previous games. I probably will draw them again. Because my drawing's a lot better than it used to be. Alright, so what I'm going to actually do to make this guy... So this is where this is the event spawning the spider in. I'm going to get him to spawn over here. Which means he will come at me from a different direction. Because right now, he moves always to the right of the player, which is not what I want. I want him to move to the left or the right of the player, depending on where he is. And he goes behind me. It's not always in that. It doesn't seem to always be in the right place. How does he make the grass? So I drew the grass in Photoshop. And then in the editor, you can build sprite sheets. There's all sorts of sprite sheets. And that's one for a light. That's one for the grass. And then you just basically say it's grass. The segment count is, because it's built in the geometry shader, if you want grass to be really wavy, you can give it more segments. Oh, that seems to be broken. A bunch of stuff might be broken because this might be a year or something since I touched this stuff. Density, how dense do you want the grass brush to be? So it can be like really, really dense. Because this is building a brush, you know, that you're going to use in the level editor to like brush onto the world. And you can set the density and stuff actually per instance as well. And then, you know, the shadow bias is like, where do you want the shadow to... see if I can... Where do you want the shadow to start? So... I don't think the shadows for the grass get built until the game is built. So. Or they don't work. What is this tool? Yeah, this is my engine. I think people come on stream and look at the game, but really what I'm actually doing is making the engine. I mean, I'm making a game as well. Yeah, the shadows don't seem to work. Maybe it's because the shadow bias is actually not set. Okay. So if I... I can't remember how this works. I'll have to familiarise myself. The grass should cast shadows. Or maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Anyway. What else can it make? It can make... So it can make, yeah, the trees and bushes with particle systems. The grass... it can make things like lightning strikes. So you go into Photoshop and you draw a path in Photoshop, then it can import the path and use the path as like a lightning strike. It can make rivers, ponds, weather, all sorts of weather. I need to figure out, some rooms do and don't have weather on. I'm not sure how, I've forgotten how I actually turn weather on in a room. I know this room has weather on it. So we've got like wind and rain and stuff like that. I want to work on this a bit more. I want to do lightning, and I want to have like water like come off, like hit things and splash off things and stuff like that. That's what I had in that old game that I played, that I showed you. Alright, Fink, how's it going? Long time no see. Yeah, lightning strikes. What else can it do? Oh. Don't know what happened there. Oh, caused a crash there. What else can it do? Hard to say really. Bunch of stuff. Yeah, so the rain like hits objects, and then it blows, it gathers and blows in directions of the wind to make like, you know, if it was hit, if it was to hit like a drain pipe or something, I don't know, make like splashes and stuff like that. And it's got light and shadow and stuff like that. Very old game. Oh, really? If I remembered how to turn the weather on in my old game, I'd show you what I mean. I haven't looked at this stuff in ages though, so I can't even remember how the editor works. Just press some random buttons. Look at that one. That's mental, that. That's a cool effect. Oh, this is like a light. This does the lightning as well. This uses a different system for the lightning than the paths from Photoshop, though. I think I just drew this animation. How do I turn the weather on? I don't know. I don't know what button it is. There's a button which pops up in a text box. Oh, there we go. Weather 1. Oh, there we go. How do I get this text box off? So let's see if I can find... Oh, it's very loud. Oh, VBOGR. Not sure I've heard of that. Trying to find, hang on, I need to turn it down, it's too loud in my headphones. one of the splashes. I don't think I have any on here. Anyway, whatever. That game's intense. Alright. Anyway, back to this. This seems so basic compared to that. Think, I hope you're alright. That bird is doing well. So... oh, now he's not moving. What did we do there, actually? Yeah, VB Gore. MMO engine. Heard of that. Unfortunately, my internet's really playing up. I can't actually load any web pages. I don't really know what the problem is. I just get this site can't be reached. My internet's on because I'm streaming. It's something to do with this internet in this office built block. A banana. What? He's not moving anymore. I wonder why that is. Oh, it's because... yeah, it's because the pathfinding is failing there. Okay. We're not working on pathfinding yet. That's the next thing to do. Merlin the Code Mancer. Thanks for the follow. If you got any questions, just ask, no problem. I can't open any... my internet's down. My internet's only down. Oh, it's working, it's working. Oh, yeah. Awesome. I'll turn the sound off. Don't get copyright. Yeah, I'd love to make this type of game as well. That type of game. I'd love to make old Final Fantasy style game. Alright. He's gonna move. Yeah, alright. Whoa. So, what I obviously want him to do is not go behind me. Oh, is it? Yeah. Yeah, I would definitely have to make an old style RPG. Pixel art RPG. I'm not doing that this time because I'm not really good at drawing pixel art. I'm gonna have to draw this eventually. I'm not good at drawing pixel art. Okay. So when we actually attack playable character, oh yes, I know where it is. It's here. It's in the get target. Okay, so it's this calculation here. It needs to be on one side or the other. So because the guy was there, because Spidian was there, we needed to have planted it there instead. So that is just minus P plus PC location. Hang on. 17 years ago, yeah. Can't do hot load now. The game's too big. Keep doing it by accident, and it keeps going. Visual Studio keeps having a mare. Right. So let's just swap them around. So it's plus, minus. See if it puts it on the other side. Come on, Visual Studio, you can do it. Oh. I think it's dead. Oh, it's come back though. I did spend last week looking at alternatives to Visual Studio. I tried out Sublime Text for a bit. And the text editor is absolutely awesome. But the debuggers, Sublime Debug, was really slow and it crashed all the time for this size project. There we go. Is that right? It could be right. Oops. I need to not move. So he only picks the target right when he becomes hostile. Now I would say it kind of needs to be the X is definitely right. No alternatives to Visual Studio. Yeah, I mean, people, the Sea Lion, it's 12. It's like $12 a month or something. So you got to pay for it. And I want something that will just use the MS build system. Yeah. Because the build for the game's quite complicated. And I don't want to have to remake the build in CMake. You know. Yeah. Yeah, so the Y. It's just the X we want to change. So We want to know if we're on the left side or the right side. Face direction. Well, we'll just do this. They can be auto as well, actually. D equals PC lock position.x minus npc lock position.x. I'm going to say if D is less than or equal to 0, x equals that, else x equals that. Let's try that. So it goes there that time. That's a good place. That's the right place. So if we restart the game, and we come up with him that side, he goes there that time. Yeah. Right then. So he's in the right place. Once he's in the right place, he needs to blooming attack. So how does that work? So we're right at the stage where he can attack him. This is hostile level 1. So it's when he moves into position. And he goes set combat attack state. So I think it's this. Maybe. We'll see. Yeah, that's so we're setting an attack state. Attack level 1 to attack level 0. Which goes attack state changed. Is anyone listening to that? No. So we need to listen to that in the animation routines because he needs to play the attack animation. Is it in the actual routine? I don't think it's in the routine. Animated rig. It's here. So the Spidean needs to listen for a make ready. Needs to get game events. Listen to G event. Combat attack state change. Okay, so all I think we're going to do is just log the line. Attacked. If entity ID is we have to get the animation controller. David Dowling Diablo 1. No, I didn't. I don't think I've played any of the Diablo games. I watched some Let's Plays of the latest one. They're meant to be really good. And this is e.entityid. Say if AC get rig type, get animated rig type equals this type, then we're doing attacked. No, never. I don't think. I maybe did. I'm pretty old. I don't remember everything. I don't think so. There we go. Got attacked down there. It says attacked. Did it before we actually set the attack state though. Which is a bit weird. Someone else is setting the state then. Oh, actually, I know why that is. It's if you have to check it's in the attacked state. New state is the attacked state. Attacking. Oh, awesome. So it's free. I do love the isometric 2D RPGs though. I really like Pillars of Eternity. I like a lot of the old Tim Kaine stuff. Watch Tim Kaine on YouTube, you know, so Fallout 1 and 2 and the Temple of Elemental Evil. Yeah, cool. I'll give it a go. Yeah, download the ISO. Yeah, I will, yeah. That's awesome. Might do that tonight, maybe, if my kid will let me play a game. Yeah, so I've... if I have a white background, because my green screen's not very good, I fade myself into the background a little bit too aggressively. It changes my appearance. See, I'm faded into the background there. So white looks particularly mental. Oh, my internet's being rubbish today. I can't do anything. Yeah, it's crazy. Don't mind it, to be honest. Makes me look like an old wizard. Okay. So we need to get the actual routine and trigger the attack. Animated rig routines. So it'd be good really for the routine to listen rather than the actual thing. Is the routine is a temporary object. The way they coded it. Is the source code available? A random map generation. Yeah. 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 So did the old Elder Scrolls Arena and that Daggerfall random map generation. The Daggerfall map is amazing. If I can get it, I can't. I wish my internet worked. Look at the Daggerfall map size compared to Skyrim. Yeah, inventory grid. I think that's an awesome game design thing, where it actually takes up space rather than just weight. That's nice. 'Cause that's like real life, isn't it? Yeah. Awesome. That's kind of like if you've got a small team of developers, that's one way to get an enormous game world, is to actually just write the rules for the map generation. Rather than author the maps by hand, you just write the rules and then let the actual engine generate the maps. So Spidean combat routine. So we could. It would be nice if it's in here that we hear that we listen for the event. The problem with doing that is we'll have to unlisten for the event as well. I don't like doing stuff like that because that leads to bugs. Oh, nice one. Yeah, I might give it a play tonight. Actually, might try it out. Or we could call on animation event with like a custom event type. That might be a nice way to handle it. So we could say where are we? The Spidean rig. We need to get the animation controller. We already have, I think. So we're going to say if AC has animation override routine, and we could just write something called fire routine, fire animation event, send animation event, and it'd be something like animation event type of custom. And then we can just do something like attack event. Attacking, and then what NPC it's attacking. So this is actually attacking, not attacked. Attack animation event. You know, we could straight up just forward that event. That could be a way to do it. That can get picked up in the animation routine. Alright, I'm going to go to the loo. I'm going to take 2 minutes. I'll be back soon. Send an animation event, and it could be a custom event. Like that. Obviously, we haven't implemented that, but we could. So, animation controller. So it would be template class event type void send animation event animation event type and then const event type data. And then basically all of its routines and the override routine, it would have to send the event. So it'd probably store the data. So how does an animation routine receive events? It's got the rig and the event in it doesn't have much in it. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to store the event. We could send it straight down. Means copying it a bunch of times though. Yeah, what I think we'll do is we'll store it. So we'll just say hybrid storage event data. So we'll just say event data equals data. We don't need to. Yeah, I'll be fine. And then we'll just go for auto routines routine. We need to actually get the routine types. Okay, we'll put it into the, so we're going to have void send animation event internal. We're just going to have the animation event type like that. It's going to store it and it's going to call send animation event internal type like that. And then all internal is going to do for auto routines. So what is a routine? Animation routine. It's just got some storage in there. So we need to check what routine is. Timber, how's it going? I'm getting on all right. Working on combat. Right at the moment where the enemy attacks the player, just working out how to sort all that out. Doesn't ask for a serial, and finally once you. All right, okay. Thank you, Woot Dragon. Yeah, I'll try that. Yeah, working on combat. Yeah, no problem. So Timber, yeah, working on combat. I'll show you where we're at. I'll build it if it will build. Wait a minute for it to build. Oh. Not you, 64. 64. So we've got the enemy now. You can flee. You can go into cover. You can get him angry, but he won't attack you. If you get him angry enough, he'll attack you. Yeah. I'm still working on it. I'm just working on a kind of combat architecture in general rather than a specific attack. That's why it's taking so long. So he's there. So now he'll go to hostile level 0. If you get close enough to you, he'll move and then he'll attack you. He doesn't actually attack you yet. He just moves to attack you. Thanks for the follow. Arusius. Oh, that's my follower goal, mate, as well. Nice one. Just to make it easy to implement elsewhere. Yeah, like the system in general, yeah. You know, implementing anything for the first time, you've got to build out the entire kind of combat system. And then when I have more enemies, it'll just use that system, so it'll be faster. There's flicker in there as well. I don't know what that's all about. So this white block is where he needs to go to keep attacking you. Once we get this attack down, he needs to like cool down after the attack. So that might be like back away or something, or do something anyway. And then if you move again, he might come after you again. Yeah. Got any questions, Arusius? Then let us know, no problem. Well, I love talking about coding or games, game engines, anything. All right, so it sets the attack state. So what we need to do, so we're basically in a point where we are trying to get an animation to apply. So send animation event, right? Doesn't work yet. Event data. Of type void. It's just because it's not a Boolean. Brilliant. Slacking on the study. That's all right. You don't have to be like 100% all the time, do you? What's this one? Okay, so we're here now. So we're going to go through all the routines. So we're just trying to come up with a system to give the animation routines events, custom events. So I can say like you're being attacked, and then the animation routine can just deal with that. How's it going with the programming? The object-oriented programming. I just Ghost. Hey, how's it going? Welcome back. So these routines can have on animation event. They can have it. They might not have it though. So do we have a concept? On animation event is callable. So we can say on animation event is callable. We will call it. So routine dot on animation event. And what does that actually take? The animation event and the rig. So that's rig animation event. Type. Oh, brilliant, yeah. Yeah, nice one. It's a good little project. On animation event is not a member of animation routine. Apparently. Oh, animation routine. Is that an actual thing? It is. So it's routine storage. Yeah, okay. We have to go if auto data equals routine storage try and wrap T. Then we do it on the data. Pretty straightforward. First time using headers. Oh, nice one. Yeah, pretty straightforward. Let's get used to it. Yeah, you can just use them to like link CPP files together so that each one knows what the other one has in it. Yeah. Nice one. All right, so we should get these custom animation events. So if you go to the combat routine, and if we say if e.type is custom, we'll have a breakpoint there. Figure out why it's flashing. Okay, it didn't work. Didn't send the event. Oh no, it's because it's a custom. It's the custom one there. Where are we? Yeah. If overrides on the override routine. Oops. Whoops. It's actually on the override routine. So an override routine is like, don't do your normal animation routines. Do your override routine instead. So what's the problem here? Standard optional animation routine. Storage. Storage is not a member of standard optional animation routine. Okay, yeah. No problem. All right. There we go. So the combat routine got the custom event, which was... Now we need to actually get the event data. So if auto AC, let's get game state, get animation controller, rig ID. So get the animation controller for this rig. And then we need to actually get the event data. So we want get custom event data. So template type name T octref T try get custom event data. Which is just return event data dot try unwrap T. What that means now is we can say if auto data AC try get custom event data for what event was it? Where were we? For combat attack state changed. All right, so let's just see then if we can actually get it out there. I'm gonna have to go and fix that flickering, whatever that is. That's crazy why that's happening. What's just started happening? Couldn't get it. Oh, look. Does it have custom event data? It does. It's const. It's const. It is const. What do we want to do with that then? Could do that. There we go. So now we know that the new state is attacking. So we can essentially now play the attack animation and cue the idle alert animation. Or cue just the idle animation. So we can do rig, add, what is it called? Set animation track once. Set animation track 0. Attack short. False. Okay. Let's see if he attacks us. Plays the animation. Moment of truth. Taken like 2 days to get to this point, nearly. 1.5 days. Well, I didn't see it. Maybe you did. Whoops. What happened there? Heap corruption somewhere. Oh, we got heap corruption. We actually have one. It's got to be do with this animation event stuff. Let's take that off. I don't think he is attacking me, you know. Okay, that doesn't actually have heap corruption in it, so it's this. It's something to do with this. It's got in the heap corruption. Check that out. Right, what is going on there then? Well, it wasn't built. Is that correct then? Let's just build this and see if the heap corruption is still there. So we're getting a crash on heap corruption when we exit the game there. So something's going wrong with copying this data. Shouldn't even be on the heap actually. So I don't know what's going on. Or it didn't build properly. That can sometimes cause a heap corruption. This shouldn't be doing a heap allocation. So it shouldn't be corrupting the heap. But we'll just check. We'll put a breakpoint there and check. Just have to rebuild everything first. So it'll only take a minute. Right. Alright then, so what's it doing here? Zero. Allocate storage. So this should just return the buffer. There's no heap allocation at all. That's it. Simple as. This is empty. Move on to. This is empty. Return the buffer. To event data. Looks good to me. Send. So it sets it. I think actually what's going on. The reason it's not attacking is we're just setting it there and it's immediately getting reset there. So it involves some kind of flag that we need to do. Yeah, there we go. It just didn't build properly. That's all that heap corruption was. So if we have it, we can either set it here or we can set a flag saying it's attacking. So we also need to get the combat controller as well to see what attack it is actually doing, because we're just hard coding attack short there. So this requires we queue idle alert. Then it's going to come down here and it's going to set it to idle alert. So I think we need an attack handle. Hostile level not handle. Void. Attack handle. And then we're just going to say attack handle is that, right? And then all we're going to say is we're going to say if not attack handle, do this. And then we need to listen for another event where it's just like end or loop end. If e dot handle is equal to the attack handle is 0. Okay, so let's just check. So basically when the animation ends, if it's the attack handle that's ending, so we don't even need to queue actually an animation there. If it's the attack handle that's ending, then we just reset it and we can go back to the default behavior, the default routine. I just don't know whether it's end or loop end. I mean, it's not looping, so it should be end, really. Yeah, I think it will be end. So just remove that and then okay. Well, I don't know what happened there. He attacked me just in the wrong direction. Ah, because this scale thing still needs... I wonder why it flipped the scale. Surely the scale should just remain the same. Didn't get an end either. So it didn't actually call end on the attack. It must be loop end. It must be loop end. Loop end's maybe a bad name. Because it's not looping. Like this is looping. There we go. So why does he face the other way? Interesting. So let's just catch where we call this attack short. And then let's, whoops. Let me call set scale face right, which is correct, right? Oh, it was. Oh, what's going on here then? So it should be -1, I think. Well, hang on. That's maybe causing the flickering as well. Face right. Direction right. All right, let's just. Let's just see if it tells it to face left. Right, loads of rights there. Just always right. Something's telling it to face left. None of that did. Um, hostile 0. Set scale -1. You know, I don't think I need to do these because Vladislaw, thanks for the follow. If you've got any questions, just ask, no problem. Just working a little bit on combat. Trying to figure out why the enemy is facing the wrong way when he attacks. Actually. So that actually should be coming in at -1. And now this comes in at 1, which is wrong. Face toward. Right. She's been, so that's come back as 1. Should be -1. Right is -1. So why was this like that? Interesting. Thought that one. Thought that was right, but maybe not. There we go, and he attacked me. That's all he will do, because we haven't actually decided in the actual brain what he will do after the attack. He just attacks. And then he kind of needs to return success, I think. We just got that 1 attack in. Let's test it from both sides as well. So if you come out from this side. So he attacks me in the wrong place there because I've moved. That needs kind of fixing. But he just picks the place to attack and then he moves to it. And if I move while he moves, he attacks in the wrong place. But that's the right place to attack. And if I come from the other direction, oh, he still attacks in the wrong. He still attacks to the left, to the right. Sorry. Okay, so what's going on there then? We set the attack handle. So we're facing left. And that's coming as -1. For some reason. The scale comes in as 1. So we're facing left, so that's alright. Oh, have I even got this right? I think it should just be scale. Maybe got this a little bit wrong. So it's scale dot value r -1 scale value r 1. See if that is any better. All right. Test it from both sides again. Whoops. That will make us miss it. There we go. So he attacks on the right side there. See if he attacks on the left hand side. Yes, there we go. All right, so now we also need to know, so we're just hard coding here. We've said it's attack short, so it's actually in the routine event. We don't know if it is attack short. We need to know what type of attack it is. So we have to get the combat controller. Get the combat controller for rig.getID. I think the combat controller has in it what type of attack it is. Get attack state, no. No, it doesn't have it in. So what? The attack level, wherever we set the attack level. Combat controller. So we just set the attack state, the attack level, set combat attack state. Maybe we do need the level in there. Yeah, we'll put that in there. Doesn't know about that though. So now I can say dot level is equal. So we have to actually maybe we just do it here. We do have it rather than the actual event itself. So we have set combat attack state, and then we'll just say attack level equals data new combat attack level, like that. And we can just get the combat attack level. Which is just return level. What's it called? Combat attack level. So that now means here we can do if CC get combat attack level is equal to level 0. There's 3 levels. Level 1, level 2. So that's attack medium. And that's attack 1. Attack long. And then we need to actually we're going to say attack handle is equal to 0L. Yeah. We're going to say if attack handle we need to do CC set combat attack state cooling down. But that actually doesn't happen yet. That happens when we have the event that it hit. So how do we do that? It's just an event. So I'm going to say else if e.type is equal to animation event type event. If e.handle is equal to attack handle, how do we get the event data? So this should get fired when the pincers like go and hit the player. So obviously the animation happens over a time, and there'll be one instance in that time when the actual damage is done, and that's what this event is. So just need to actually figure out how to get to that event. It's definitely a type event. We just need to know what the event name is, which may or may not be in the code base. Might have to actually write some code to get the name of the event, maybe. I mean, it's got an animation handle. That's just probably going to be the animation handle related to this animation. Nothing not actually related to the event though. To figure that out. Different type of event this. What event is this? Handle. Is that the event handle? How does this work? E. Event listener. Get rig internal, add event listener. Dispatch, no. Send event, animation event. Here it is. Footstep. Event data. So E, do we send anything to do with E? No. Right. So this is an event for a footstep happening. So we don't actually send through what the event is. So how do I want to handle this? This is a pretty int value, float value. String values. Interesting, string value is not set. Probably just want to actually make our own name. Let's have a look in Spine and see if you can send events that are int values and float values. Oops. Events. Attack long. All right. Int value, float value, string. Audio path. Right, so you can send all of them together and an audio path. That's mental. I wonder why that specifically. Volume, balance. Alright, so the animation system can control the volume. That's interesting. Well, okay. Do we have an ID? No, not here. So we could put it here, couldn't we? So we could do something like event name. Just name. And we could say dot name equals w string view. Well, how does this work? E data, get name, which is their type of string. Buffer. Put a breakpoint there. I'm guessing E is not there if it's not a type event. if event type is not event, then event is null. We'll just return the null string. So if we do that, hang on, let's just, this could just be a string view, couldn't it? See if that builds. But we'll just let spine hold on to the actual memory of the string. And if we start sending through ints and floats and audio stuff, we'll add to that later. Because obviously, yeah, so when we get this event through that we've hit, the player, we can actually send the player's been attacked event. So E there is null, right? Hopefully this doesn't crash. Interesting, didn't attack because he can't path there. So we need to swap to the other side if we can't solve this path. That's something we need to implement. E, footstep. There we go. So now we can say, so what is the actual event called? Attack short. It's just called attack short. If e.name ouch. So we should just get a little ouch printed out when he attacks us. At the very moment that he attacks us. Oh. Is it definitely called attack short? Attack short. So the event handle must be different to the attack handle. Then. Didn't actually attack, I don't think. So I missed it. Oh, he's not attacking me anymore. What's going on there then? Okay, so it's to do with this. Get a combat attack level. Didn't set it properly. CC attack level is none. That's why we're not setting the attack level. Combat controller. So that has to probably be set before. Which means probably this needs level as well. Really. Because I'm going to fall for that again. It'll make the attacks not work. Okay. That's clear combat attack state, I think. Try that. Warming up. Level thing. So we might not actually need the level here. Now we're storing it. Combat attack state change. So, well, let's just check this works first, and then we could take it out of there. Alright. Attack level is level 0 now. Okay, so we did get an ouch. I didn't catch when that happened though. Yeah, great. So do we need the level in here? We do need it there. This is make ready execute. Yeah, because we want to say we're going to go to attacking with that level, not with the... Yeah. So we do need it. We do need it. Okay, so when attacked happens, we need to go into the cooling down state. So here, that's when the attack has happened. So we basically need to send an event here. G event. NPC attacked. Entity attacked. Or NPC attacked. That will say entity attacked. And it just needs that basically. That's all it needs. So do we want to do attacked, or do we want to do combat attack state changed again to attacked? So like attacked. In which case it would be set combat attack state to attacked. And then we need to know the level that we're on. Which will send in a combat attack state changed. Event. Be attacked. So I'll send that event. E.name equals attack long. So I'll send it to attack. I'll set the combat state to attacked. And then we need to listen for that. And go into the cooldown. So get game events. .listen G event combat state changed. Say if E entity ID, so for it's the E dot entity ID is not equal to ID, return. Is this entity? We need to push a ready state event, execute combat attack state changed. the NPC. Ooh, so here there's a thing. This is to do with NPCs. It's not ideal. It's to do with IDs. Okay, so we're going to say if ID is less than enum count NPC ID. We can do this. We can send it for the NPC. So actually, and e new state it's a combat attack state change actually. Attacked. Then we need to send it through to cooling down at the current level. The question is, do we want to do it there? Do we want to do it in the combat controller, or do we want to do it here? You know, maybe we do just do it in the routine. Thing is, that would have to do it for every different type of animated rig doing that. Whereas with this, it would just work. Yeah, we'll keep it with this. So it listens for attacked. If it's attacked, it puts it to cooling down and it pushes a ready state event for that. Because a ready state event can operate over seconds. A ready state event basically is like the state is about to be changed, everybody get ready. And then when everybody's ready, the state changes. Because that will allow the cooldown to happen over a period of time. You know, the character runs away, the enemy runs away or something. He attacks you and runs away. Okay. So all I think I'm going to do now actually is when we tick the, I'm just going to draw the label, the combat state and the combat attack state. So we got combat state, the attack state, and the attack level. And we'll just put that in there like that, just for debugging, so we can see what the Spiding is doing. And then in the routine here, or in the Spiding rig, we actually need to react. E.data. Execute combat attack state change. If data is equal to e-combat attack state cooling down, we're just going to go e dot begin, and then we're just going to go after delay. Let's just do it for 3 seconds. E.end. So we'll go into that mode for 3 seconds. So basically what this means is the enemy will attack, and when he hits for 3 seconds he'll cool down. This Spidean guy, Spidean rig. Okay, so he stayed in attack, or cooling down. He stayed in attack for a while there. Why did he stay in attack for a while? Attack should be an instant thing, really. Looks like it cools down after 3 seconds. And maybe the state doesn't actually... Yeah, the state doesn't actually get set until at the end of the execute. That's why. That's maybe wrong. All right, I'm going to check this in. I'm going to go to the... Use the other Wii. I'll be back. I'll make a cup of coffee as well. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay, so we have this problem where the actual state is not actually being set till after these executes are finished. So this should be like next or something. Next combat attack state. So this would be next. See if you cause any build errors there. So it's not actually set until the end of the. So if the next one is cooling down, we don't. Yeah. Oh man, this didn't. Name change didn't go well. So what I might do then is renamed it. Well, it's actually the same as warming up. What we do is in the routine, we set the combat state to attacked. And then we actually set it to be cooling down. And then we queue the finished after 3 seconds. So how do we do it when we set it to be warming up? We just set it. So we just go set combat attack state, cooling down, attack level. And then we queue the finished. That's it. To happen after 3 seconds. Attacking me over and over again. So when it gets to finished, So I wonder why it is not. So pushing the ready state event there. And then in the next combat state is finished. That's what we need. And then it'll wait 3 seconds. And once it goes to finished, that's the full behavior action done. And it can return success. There we go. So if we move over here, and it'll hit me again. Didn't there though. Oh look, he's not. Oh, it's because he can't go there. He's running around. He's running after me, trying to get me. Cool. So what are we actually doing on the behavior action then? If it's finished, we're returning success. There we go. That's that full action done. So let's see. We'll bring in the second type of attack. So we do 3. Well, actually 4 was the distance, and we got 7 plus 700. So we'll do. If it can't do that one, it will do that one. Attack medium. Just doing attack long there. For some reason. So if the distance is less than 700. There we go. We obviously need to put the movement in. It needs to move. Whoops. If I move a bit closer. So does it 2 times, interestingly. So it finishes. Oh, he's going to here. So he couldn't do that, he couldn't do that. He's going to wait. So I think we just delete that. This is a short one. Whoops. problem there, look. He's trying to... his animations have got screwed up there for some reason. All right, let's turn this one off. I'll just concentrate on attack medium. So we need actually a marker for attack medium. Attack medium target. Needs to be a little bit that way. I'll do. Alright, so the routine now, or is it the rig? Here it is. So this is attack medium target. And then hopefully he should move to the right place to attack us with his medium attack. That was kind of right though. Yeah. I think it needs to be a bit further up actually. All right. Maybe even further up still. That kind of right though. Yeah. Oh, it needs to be further down actually. Maybe like down there. Oh, I'm doing it in the wrong blooming thing. That's why. It needs to be about there. And then there. Try that again. Something's happening there with his animation. See, that seems like it needs, the guy needs to be further up. There, I need to here, look. Okay, that's wrong. Down. Yeah, that's kind of a good place. Apart from his being rendered behind him. I mean, that's not so bad, really. I've got a problem there with him flickering or whatever. His animations kind of flickering. Because he's trying to go back to idle. And then immediately to the host. So if it's finished. So why is it? It's because the attack level. So who sets him to be idle? This guy. No, no one's setting him to be that kind of idle. Oh, so he's going to 2 idle alert. That's why, I think. No. So his idle alert. I think we need to get the current animation. Get animation track. 0. Name. Yeah, so we need to just print out basically what animation is happening. So let's just get rid of this for a second. And we'll just see if this stops the flickering. I mean, it'll look weird, but He's moving as well. He's going to. What's he doing there? Going to the walk animation. Apparently has velocity. Weirdly. So he's moving to there. So it has a move target. Move target. We're saying less than 0.1. So probably say less than or equal to 1. I mean, that's not going to get them exactly where they need to be. Yeah, no, that's no good. That's no good. So he's trying to move still. A very small distance. So he's pulsing. Position, move target. So this is because we're wanting to go to a position, moving as close as possible, but it's not quite as close as we want. We have to actually lock it to the move target, I think. How do we get away? How do we do this? So we need to move. So we shouldn't be actually trying to move there. $18.9, $19.0, 2.8, 2.8. So it's super duper close. It's not that close though. It's if we pull straight past it, really. I think that's the problem. What we need to do is, if we are really very close to it, we just have to drift towards it to the exact point. That is so strange. Why sometimes it succeeds, sometimes it fails. So it succeeded there. It's because it... then it didn't succeed. So we have to probably go auto op is location dot position. We have to say if OLP dot distance squared to the move target is less than location dot position distance squared to the move target. So if we actually got further away, let me just say Location dot position is the old position. Velocity is 0. So actually, we'll do old D. I'll do old D. Is less than two distances. The old distance is less than 0.1 and the old distance is less than the new distance. Then we just end it. Would say 1. See what happens there. Moving still. Yes, no good. So maybe what we have to do is say if it's in there, if it's less than 1, we'll say, okay, so we're going to go auto D is that. If D is less than 1, if D is less than 0.1, we do that. Else, we'll just drift it. We'll just go move to, BM move to. So location dot position. Well, how does this work here? L.normalize times that. So that's from the position to the move target. And then we're going to go location.position equals BM move to location.position move target velocity times dt. Okay, so we'll just drift the last bit. Just drift the last bit rather than pathfind. And hopefully that stops them moving. Oh, maybe I think I'm moving in the wrong direction there. So yeah, if we drift the last bit, we'll eventually get to that position, the target position. Exactly. Going from minus 17. Okay. So it is the other way around. So it cannot get there. That's what's happening there. It's definitely, it's on the right, so it needs to be moving left. She's right. Yeah, she's what's happening there. Moving left by 8. Don't think that works. So the initial was minus 19.4, minus 19.2. It's gone in the wrong direction there. It's gone in the wrong direction. Seems to have. So it's going from that minus 19 to minus 20. It's because dt is the wrong way around. It's gone in the wrong direction because dt is negative. Okay, so I think that's because this has to be alarm. Do we have an abs for this? I don't think so. So we're going to say we want to do x and y differently. Okay. It's fine with the velocity because the velocity is always ooh, is it fine with the velocity? I'm not sure actually. We'll see if what this does. Yeah, it's fine with velocity because acceleration is always positive. And he's still trying to move, isn't he? So we're going from minus 19.03 to minus 19.167. So we do want to take away that. So that will eventually get to there, right? D is 0. So eventually got to it. So what we can do then is we can go auto D2 equals location dot position dot distance squared to move target. D2 is equal to 0, or is less than or equal 0.1. can just end. Still trying to move though. So who is... Oh, nice one. Been playing it. Yeah, I might give it a go when I get home from work. So maybe we need to do a much smaller number. I have to head off in 5 minutes, guys. What's going on? All right. So we've got the location position. It's really close to the move target. So I think we just set it. We just go location position is equal to the move target. And then when we do move to, wherever that is, set move target. It's just 1,000th of a square away. Still wants to move though. Alright, so I'm just going to put a breakpoint here. Like, who is changing this value? There's no move target. It's being changed by... What is it being changed by? Where is it being changed? By a delta. Ah, so the patrol is taking it. So what's happening is the effect is ending. The patrol is taking over for like 1 frame. Right. I think that's what's happening. So let's go. The way to debug that, I've got time. I've got 2 minutes, man. Is to go to the behavior action. I'm going to return success here. So we return success. Selector. Selector. Root. So we just return that we succeeded. And then Spidey, and then it's, if for some reason not running its default behavior. For 1 frame. So it'll do it here. This is why it's moving a little bit. There, it's picked it up again now. Ooh. So it's doing a move too. Yeah, so we need to know what happens when we return true. Oops. It's doing something. It's like returning to its default patrol state, basically. Whoops. So in Spidey's patrol. So it's allowing the patrol to happen 1 frame, and then it's going back into the combat. That makes sense. Anyway, I'm gonna have to go. I need to go and pick up my kid from school. But I'm back on tomorrow, around about 10 in the morning UK time.